Okie dokie. Okay, just had to check the audio and everything. Good. So good afternoon, everybody. Good evening. Hello. I had a late start my morning. I woke up a little later. I'm having a couple of cramps, but it's okay. Getting some food, so hopefully the cramps should go away. But we are here today, and we're gonna play the last bit of Ace Attorney. And started. I'm very uncomfortable today, but it's alright. It is a normal amount of uncomfortableness. I forgot what we were doing. I have some soup, so I'm gonna be eating that here right now. It has been so chilly. So, I'm glad to have soup today. Maybe hot, warm soup will be good for me. Oh, that burns. Pretty sure I burned my tongue. But what happened last time? Okay, so we investigated and we're back to trial. And I forgot everything that we investigated because we last played this before our Halloween week. Or our 2 weeks of Halloween. So I don't remember exactly where we were at. Oops. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. That's interesting. Emma didn't come back! I don't mean to call the next- oh, we were already at court. Oh boy. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh my. Oh, Marshall. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner. Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of a civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman! As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling... I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Oh, he's the howling wind. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Okay. Oh, right. We were looking at a video and we were like, this video doesn't make any sense. So we decided to get the officer in charge of watching the video to make sense of it. Because we were rewinding a video. That's right. Oh boy. Alright. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner? What do you mean? A desperado soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English! Oh, Judge is very angry. He is done with all these shenanigans. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras in the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? Not bearing very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Clearly. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. What? That's not fair. Alright. My job was... Right. Eye on the evidence room. I just make sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings. You entered them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I would erase the tape. And nothing unusual is recorded. Tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. You don't physically enter the evidence room. What? No! Go back. Oh, wrong one. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. On the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. I don't know how he avoids getting... Uh-huh. Correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. You mentioned it. It's something like that, too. It doesn't seem that this is relevant to the case. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Oh my god. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole Sepia pasta. Damn. You mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this this has at least taught you a lesson. Strange. Says, if you do not want a raise this year... Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw, otherwise you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. Seems scared. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone, everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. What do you mean I have a trump card? Uh-huh. What am I looking for? Oh! I forgot I had that. Officer Marshall, doesn't this... Hello! Hello, Lay! I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing! Doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Oh, listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on their shoulder. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprint. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprint. Found at the scene of the crime. I don't remember why the fingerprints were important. They were on a locker that wasn't his or something. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. It's more info to clarify. It's been 2 weeks, I don't remember what I'm supposed to be doing. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. Lol. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. About the bloody handprint. Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Asshole bringing an illegal knife into the courtroom. He had to be shaving. And it's not even shaving. My locker is covered with my fingerprint. It just so happened. Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast and the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. Now let's see what homonyms have to do with this. Oh, didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I actually don't know. Like, I legitimately don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing at all. Oh. Day 3 trial letter. Doesn't it show the killer's hands? I don't know. Like, found a bloody handprint and the print is white, but it's his fingerprints. It's his fingerprints. Like, it's his fingerprints with blood. If somebody else touched it with blood, there would have been like another set, I guess. It would have been like smudged, double smudged. You need to prove that the killer didn't wear gloves. Do I have to present this? Oh no. Okay. How did you know that? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. Blood seen thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. Wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of others. That's the only logical conclusion. How can you be sure about that? Are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one would argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one string street partner, you ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. Wanna know why? I didn't press him on everything. That's because how did you pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, there was a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my friends weren't all over the online locker. Locker's program. It's been using that lock all this time without ever knowing it. Print had been wiped. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? Oh, I was just supposed to press the picture. This seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. So as long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Oh, you fucked up! What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless, it's full of blind spots. Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. No. No! If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. No! We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you could show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Ah, damn. Well, you guys only needed 800 points. Alright. Okay. Let us get random number generator. Go. And let's pull out the games. Let's see. Alright. Let's move everything over. Really need a new monitor. There we go, okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Let me pull up the games. Is it this one? No. It's this one. No. Where is it? Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Here we go. Game list. There we go. Okay. Let's start with personal choices over here. Okay, we've already... I gotta clear these out. I don't know why I don't clear them out more often. There it goes. Strike that out. And mark it as completed. Aha, we also completed this one. And we completed this one too. Because we played it for spooky time. Okay. That's good. I love how I typed in Bendy in the Dark Revival and in the parentheses I put if it ever releases. Now don't I look stupid because it's actually releasing in like next week. I'm so mad. Oh, we also played Slime Rancher, so we can cross that off. And also Boop. Okay. So here we go. Personal choices. We have from 5 to 17. Let's put in a 5 and a 7. And pick a number 6. Okay. That's Trio Story of Seasons Trio Towns. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I could get either a capture card or 3DS emulator. So that's Trio of Towns. Okay. And then we have our next one, Never Tried. So that goes from 4 to 29. And 29. There we go. 15! No, we can't play that one. 28! Oh my god! Okay, that is surprising to me. Cyberpunk. And then our last category is from 1 to 8. Oh boy. How fun. No! I hate that game. I don't hate it, but I'm not very happy with it. It was cute, but I finished it in like a day. It was sad. Alright, so we have 2 3DS games, which is Trio of Towns and Ever Oasis, and then we also have Cyberpunk. So those are your 3 choices. Not a poll. Not a poll. Where is it? No, it is a poll. Yes, a poll. Okay. Game for number 5. That is not number. Number 5. We have Harvest. We have Trio Towns. We have Cyberpunk. And we have Ever Oasis. And you guys can have 5 minutes. So there's your game poll. Hi, Captain. I will hydrate in a minute. Oh, I can erase it. I don't need. So we have achieved game poll. There it is. Vote for whichever one you'd like to see. To the tune of Mambo number 5? What? So just so we know, Story of Seasons Trio of Towns is a Harvest Moon game that was for the 3DS. I think it's when they started calling themselves Story of Seasons instead of Harvest Moon. Cyberpunk 2077 is just Cyberpunk. And then Ever Oasis is another 3DS game that's just chibi little tiny creatures. Ah, game pool number 5. Because I want to be sad. It's, I get to see Panam live and not air? No. Then I'll just be angry. So, while you guys are voting, I think I'm gonna show evidence? Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Let's have another look at the video then. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Marshall. It's basically... Is it the glove? Wait, I don't remember if it's the glove. Is it the glove? Or is it the fact that there's nothing, because there's nothing in his locker. This is his locker, right? And it's nothing there. And then he cuts him up. Ba-bam. And then still nothing at his locker. And then there's something in his locker. It's the glove, his hands. Because it, like, there was nothing in his locker before the video started, and then suddenly there's something in his locker after the video. I want to say it's that. If not... Oh, the music stopped. I won. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video! Exactly 8 words. What?! You guys want to see ass that bad? Fine! We are not going after Pan Am. No. So fuck. Fuck. You get to choose your own. Well, we're not looking at Pan Am's fucking ass. Pan Am, my heart. You don't need to chase Pan Am. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna go for the other one. Because apparently I can. That is, I can't believe you. Goddamn. We'll look at Pan Am, but we won't look at her ass. How dare you. Damn it, Captain. Can't believe it. Ass. I can't believe you made it. In ass I trust. Apparently. Alright, cool. We'll play Cyberpunk Saturday, since I'm off Saturday. I'll try to come home from work and then play what is it? Some Cyberpunk. It'll probably be Saturday. Maybe an hour on Tuesday. Or no, we'll play more on Tuesday because I'll be off, and then an hour on Wednesday. And then we're gonna have to cut it a little short. No! Tuesday we can't! Cause that's bendy. Oh no. Okay. We'll see. Not bad, partner. But we will play some Cyberpunk. I can't believe it. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white claw sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. I wish they would rewrite faster, but okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, the white cloth! It's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared! There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Well, aren't you stupid? Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. What a derp. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call you bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. It's your locker. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Excuse me. So, Sheriff! What do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got one word for you, partner. No! Well, that was less than 8. That is true. Got him. Hell yeah, we got him. Witness, explain yourself! If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay! Please answer the question. What? What is he? What is he now, bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. And we can? Well, not the judge. He doesn't count. Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. The only possible conclusion... The judge has people to figure things out for him, like killers and prosecutors. Yeah, pretty much. He's just there for shows. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He's the killer. Take that! Officer Marshall was standing right here! Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. What? He's... right here. Was standing right here. Oh, is he the victim? Oh, Meekins is the killer. But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman was! Oh yeah, I got them mixed up. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall! It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous! Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. He never saw his face. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. And how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled that for me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple, he couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as a victim? So that we can put him away for insulting my beard twice? Who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Just look at the video again. Ah! This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What do I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Basics? That would be what Mia used to tell me. Try thinking outside of the box. God damn it, Phoenix. How many times do we have to do this? I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yeah, he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has happened. It has happened? Is that what it said? I can't read. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as a detective at the time of the crime. And after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. But this video is my only shot. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing a crime, the witness opened his locker to put away the white cloth. They show us why the locker had to open his locker. Because he was bloodstained. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. That was a guess. I almost clicked on the locker, like he took something out of another locker because he wanted to put it in his locker. That was accidental that I figured it out at the end. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. Pull down your pants. It seems the time has come. Anyways. Oh my god. Again? Just... I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor in the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. That was way too much blood for a small donation. Eesh. Okay. You mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner, that case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance, that's why I... Damn. Ayo, hey, nice ice. Welcome, welcome. Why did you stash yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. But you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item reporter. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprint. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But it could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins apparently is a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raises here. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. You knocked Officer Meekins out. And what? Damn. I managed to escape, but I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. But you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. That was Officer Meekins during... What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. But what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Shaving yourself with the knife you stab people with, cold-blooded. Indeed. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. You stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgewood, where is this? Where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Desmond's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense! Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution either. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. You know why? No! That's what we're trying to get to the bottom of! Why? But the case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murderers, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Yes, there it is. Neil Marshall. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Okay. And present. Here you go. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. It'll quench ya! I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. You related to this man. Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? Must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? He was my brother. Can't you see the resemblance, Judge? So cold. Judge is heartless. He couldn't tell that they were related. Look how clueless he is. So rude. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned? Okay. Arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case would be reopened. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance, it's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. Objection! But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Objection! Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Arg! I rest my case. But what about the muffler in the muffler? We didn't examine that. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was a fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Oh, this! Your Honor, wait! Emma, you're back. The defense has an objection, a scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Oh, in a sense? Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. If you want a minute, I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. And she mentions it. The names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. Was it? I didn't check. Rachel, victims, witnesses, Lana and Emma, task force, Dam and Gatland and Lana Sky, head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigators Marshall. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, so I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No! I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Why are you wasting our time, girlie? Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. Then stop wasting our time! And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have! If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can say Lana, it's you! Me? Oh, boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reason... Plane. Hold on. Okay. Does any reasonable doubt remain? We never discussed the muffler in the muffler. It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? I'm sorry, I can't be more of use. Yes! Because the thing! The badger! That blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Red. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. Why is there a problem? What could be wrong with this handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction! No! Oh. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, it's strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Oh. Oh, thank God. The badger! Oh. Oh, I clicked by accident. Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Well, very well, Mr. Wright, with all the evidence here, it's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor? The fucking badger! What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So, watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well? Well, what? Ah! Gasp! That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker! Why? Wait, why is he shocked? So that means... what exactly does that mean? It means it can't be done! What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma? On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger in the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So it must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in? Just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom! May sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice! But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time... someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been... Oh... That's right, because if we look at this thing, we still have somebody who came in there at 4:20. Whoever came in at 4:20 was the one who left the handprint. And there's only one person who came here at 4:20 who wears gloves. Is this guy? Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Somebody say something about handprints? Ooh, handprints. Ham is dope. Ham is hella dope. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murderer portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room, because at the same time, what time did he fucking die? Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. And if he bled out an hour and a half to like 5:30-ish, like, yeah, if he died within like 5 and they went in there at 4:20, yeah, he died within the hour. Legas. Another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. said, proof must be presented. There's only one piece of evidence I can show that now then. Yes. Right here. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Ah! He's gonna blame Miles. Ah! Miles Edgeworth, what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. Oh my god, I have a bunch of nitwits here. It's clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. So, there's only one other card number remaining. 777. 7 sevens! So that means instead of having 10 minutes to clean up a body, wipe up the blood, and murder, it was 20 minutes. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. Because he lost his card! That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with the 7 guy. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777. I think that was like an extra 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I am unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number of 7 times belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous, just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. Don't fucking interrupt me. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge file against an executive is accepted, an official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Ay, don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh my... You need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor. I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana... I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why would you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Alana! Even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No! No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued. Oh boy. Save your progress up to this point. Didn't we find out that okay, I just spoiling. Day 3 investigation. Can I refill my soup? Damn. Shit just went down hard. Oh, somebody just changed their profile picture. What? Okay, weird. Whatever. Okay. I still have more soup. I don't know if I want more soup. No, it's... Okay. I don't know if I want more soup or if I just want something to drink. Interesting. Alright. Let's keep going. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Get Cheetos. I don't have Cheetos. If I had Cheetos, I would say, should I get Cheetos? But I don't have Cheetos. I don't have Puffs. I ate all of my popcorn puffs. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. Nutter Butters. I don't like Nutter Butters. Butterfingers? I mean, I guess I got candy. Do I want candy? I think I do. You know, I guess I could have some Kit Kats. I'll go get, like, a couple Kit Kats. They're in the fridge and I don't know why. Give me a second. Be right back. Yeah, my we are. We are back. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. Yeah, well, that's just how it be sometimes, girlie. Nothing we can do about it. Ah. Ah. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for... Oh, that's right, there's 2 hydrates. You're gonna make me get up and go get my water from the other room? How dare you? Can't believe it. Alright, this will take me 2 seconds. Okay, so here's one sip for an hour ago. And here's a sip for now. That's a lot of water. Okay. The Joe Dark killings. It sounds like everyone's heard about those killings except for me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an indiscriminate piece of evidence. But what do you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. He tried to kill you! Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Alright, let's talk about that. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Aw, cute. Like Maya and Mia. But your sister's a grump, and Mia has tits. Or I guess she had tits, because she's dead. I don't know why that detail was important. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. So dark. It seems like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. And what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind, and I can still see it now. And afterwards, I remember the moment. I don't remember the moment Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. You mean, provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Aw, that's fucked. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Jesus. And that permanent picture? What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Was stabbed right in front of this poor girl? I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. Years ago, you must have been 14, that's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimony, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. You see, I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Where's the picture? There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's some mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Questioning? You mean by the police? Of course! This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Come on, Phoenix, keep up. Across from the elevator. But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly! Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me! After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Used to be a detective. Better have another talk with her. No, stupid! We weren't at the prosecutor's office. We were at the police department. You're so dumb, Phoenix, right? That's basically what she said to my face. With a laugh and a smile. Feel so insulted. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago? And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Can you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness Miss Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Okay, and if you was a detective, can we talk about it? It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! Neat. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Very cute. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damn and Gat, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to his resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Two years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. Interesting. So it wasn't your office. It was his office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Goodman, whose case it was, Marshall, and Angel Star. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. He was trying to murder Emma. He was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by myself and Deputy Chief Gant. I read that backwards, I'm sorry. That's where he found me. You were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filling some papers while Gan and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago! At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes. The actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he just changed completely. Guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memory. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Dam and Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Let's go! I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kinda quiet around here today. Right? Chief of Detective seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Miss Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Isn't he supposed to be like questioning or something? He did some not legal stuff. Que será, que será, que será? You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. The cactus? Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prosecutors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. That's the least of your troubles right now. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either, all the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. I think he had both. No offense. You got the accent, how's that? He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. How old are you? Oh, that was his little brother. Because if that was 2 years ago, he was 31. Yeah. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The King of Prosecutors. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. That's been really close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Stop you. At the evidence locker room. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. Right about Detective Goodman. If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gann and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gann, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duel. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. He's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. My nose is itchy. It's been itchy this whole time. God. There you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. Here's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gann. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Okay, I guess you could have just opened it instead of spitting it and littering. I bet I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Marshall is literally me for real, for real. Alright. What? Damn. Where am I supposed to be going? I'm supposed to be going to the chief of police, right? I guess we're back inside. It's always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. Everyone's solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. He actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, and there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. We'd like to take a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right! You can't go in there! It's off limits! I see where Detective Gumshoe gets this unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to— What? He just said no. There's an organ in here. Why? Oh, my nose is fucking itchy. Oh, right, that's his theme music. Where am I? The instrument or the body part? The instrument. Ah, the instrument. It's the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. Why? They used to call me Little Miss Bot. Would have been more murdery if it was the body part. I thought I was a genius until they tried to... I never could remember where C was. Okay. Hmm. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Oh, so, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No I haven't. I've been kinda busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? There's plates. Are they gone? No. Lots of planes today. Okay, we're good. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? It's a nice picture. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Interesting. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Oh hey! There's a knife! It doesn't have a knife anymore. It's just a shield. It used to have a knife. Interesting. I can't seem to put my finger on it though. Really, Phoenix? How did you graduate? Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Look, let's be fair, Phoenix is only slightly smarter than the judge. That is true. Now hurry up and get out! I have a meeting to attend. Yen is so mean. What? How can Marshall be you and also Gen? That's a lot of personality. Okay, we got kicked out of the office. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gen denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us to look. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? Gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Okay, let's go over here. But before that, I gotta go to the bathroom really quick. And we shall continue. So quick potty break for everybody. Jesus, this is taking longer than I initially thought. So let's be back in like 5 minutes. So quick 5. Okie dokie, we're back. And we move forward. Not even Miss Star. Well, she has to go sell lunches, so I guess she wouldn't be here. Busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence where the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:50. Yeah, I thought we were... That makes sense in our case. Except we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. A sedan or a coupe, something like that. There are car types. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. Maybe it's time I got my driver's license. Probably. Are we not gonna look inside the muffler? Pink Princess. Okay. Never mind then. Just not look. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. And with Lana admitted to falsifying evidence 2 years ago, I guess we'll just have to come back later. Gonna examine this? Why would he just leave it in the couch? I think he'd want to show this thing off more than giant steel samurai. Has always been like, really? Hey, I should read what he was like as a kid. He won awards for all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tournaments. That doesn't sound the type of elementary school stuff. But he always hated receiving awards. He'd make some smart remark like, I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me. That's how he's always been. It gets under your skin, doesn't it? Okay. Oh, okay. Back to here, I guess. Hey, pal! Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Ah, he's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Yikes indeed. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. I don't think that fucking matters to the media, Phoenix. Lana Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work! Yes, sir! Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat! Yes, sir! You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir! Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyways, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Ah, so sad. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Surfer Edgeworth. Did he find out anything? The only evidence Stark left behind was during his final attack. You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. I never realized I'm almost the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. What was it? I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? That was weird. His powers recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon? That might jog his memory. Okay. Hey! Is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. Oh, we already found the muffler inside the muffler, and it's a knife. Oh, right, we found that on court day number 1, I forgot. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick before you forget again! I guess we'll talk about Dark's crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal. He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, and a jogger came by and killed him as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. But he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. Good thing that last witness wasn't killed. You mean Emma? Jesus. Okay. Now, can I fix my headphones? My hair is getting up in the way of my headphones. Oh! Okay. Crack of my neck. That's right. It was Joe Dark's knife. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Inside his own body! She was related. Is he relatable or is he just silly? I feel like he's... It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet! Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust, simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office. Wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. That makes you an officer of the law. No, it doesn't. Record, isn't it? Yes. There's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m., the victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. That's one too many 7. That's 1 7 too many, Detective. I might just have a hunch. Somewhere, or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Where could I have seen that before? But that's the same plot. Recitation to think and cute. buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose. What am I presenting to him? Maybe this? No. I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? It's not quite the same thing as luminol. That's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Do I have anything? I guess not. Oh, okay. We had another place to. Whenever there's back yet. There he is! It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? Huh. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Here, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I'm Edgeworth. You can't be everybody mentioned. Come on. I mean that the evidence was falsified. That's a lot of people. That's 4 people. That's too much personality for one person to have. That's a lot. And the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth. I take pride in my work. What is happening? But tell me why! Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Oh, he's sad. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Hey, we just saw a picture taken around. We just saw a picture taken around that time. Something seems strange about it. He had the same paper Gant was looking at. Can you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. Finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. This, remember? Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. Oh? So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. Okay. Present this, cause it's different. It's hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes, the trophy that Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, sure, everybody knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. And then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see! So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's item. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gan. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the reward abolished. Chief Gan really likes to pull the strings around here. What do you want? Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? Miss Star! Yeah, she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. That is a nasty example. Why would you say that? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? Yep. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I... Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. All dates back to 2. Yo, Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. That I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell because of his brother's death. They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Lana Sky. Sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gan. After the case closed, that legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out, with the forging of the evidence. Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our teams never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. You don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on them. Them and Gat and Lana Sky. Gat lead the investigation. With Lana's second in command, they were the best. Gat lead the investigation. Isn't it led? That's not the right spelling. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damangat's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. Magnetism. By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he'd handled. Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included, I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detective. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Hey? Lana transferred a few years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gang. Powerful influence. Chief... That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There is only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Thank you, Mr. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay. Still nothing. You want to talk, Emma? No? Okay. February 24th, police station. Oh my god, we've been running around. Oh, you're back! You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. God. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. Take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. It has to be this. Yeah? What if I did present that thing? You sure every time we meet pal, real men show their enough said. This suddenly disappeared from the locker. I was found in Mr. Edge with the car muffler. That's it! Now remember... No. Okay. He doesn't care. What can I show him? Oh. Master, that is such a cool beat to it. Meant to be lost and they're meant to be lost. Okay, there's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power. You know, of course he was like a mentor to me whenever he gave me a saw cactus, really? Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Notes so good. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman, someone ought to trade places with him. What, why are you looking at me like that? Or somewhere, or maybe it's just one of those. What am I supposed to do? I'm wasting time with this silly man. Oh, I don't have that. That makes way more sense. Come on, Miss Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Let's distract them. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on, first let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Wow, we're really bad at distracting. He didn't even look. Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something! Wonder if I can use it for anything. He's serious. Okay. Now we can move back. And move here. And then present. There we go. What's this crumpled piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far! Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective... That's it, I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. No secret, I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be good as Terminate. But at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Let's move! We're doing some illegal shit real hard right now. Here goes Mr. Wright. Hello? We're in. If anyone finds us now, we're fucked. Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could stop a ghost. Oh, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? No. Oh no! Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. It's just not his day. Hey, don't do that to my card! Aw, I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out. I have a bad feeling about this. Look at this thing! This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal, the chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor? You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay yet. Shh! Be careful of what you say, excuse me. Who knows, the chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Put it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy could be. This is safe. This was Lana's desk, it sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. Not even any dust on it, looks like someone's keeping it still clean. Come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know! You want to try my birthday? It's... No. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Code confirmed. Access granted. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, pal? 77777. Final ID card number that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're 1 too short. I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing, that Chief Gant's ID number! Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a piece of paper. Oh. A shard from a broken cup? This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? Something else in here too. Looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is the handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well. It was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in that safe? Empty now. Broken shirt. Oh. Pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Well, the cup is this. Could you have another look at this jar? I remember when there were three of us. I remember when the three of us put it back together. Ah, those were the days. Kinda early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had a picture on it. We just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yeah, that one. That was in the safe. Gas! Now I mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells! Let's see if it fits! Alright. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Here's some glue! It'll prove Chief Cat was knowingly hiding evidence. Do I have to put it all back together again? No. There, it fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Cat willingly and knowingly had a piece of this jar in his safe. He concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this! This piece you just attached, it's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Cat hide this in his safe? Updated in the court record. And... Yep. That's exactly what it says. Okay. And then we gotta use this. I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. You want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. Not yours! The one on the leather piece! This isn't the time for jokes! We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, heh. I knew that. The one with the hand... Yeah, okay. Jeez, what's your sense of humor? Alright. I don't have to be told a million times. What are you, my mom? Okay, let's pick this one. Get it all nice and covered. Nice and covered up. And blow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Emma, what's your fingerprint doing on this cloth? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? It seems, you know what? It seems like the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Like, at all. Don't ask again. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dirk's prints. Psst, hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me! Let's just keep this information from Emma from now. This is between you and me, okay? I don't like where this is going. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. But it bears Emma's face print. Shit. Okay, that desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? I was waiting for Lana! And that day 2 years ago, is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that disc. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here every morning. Can't possibly any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. That's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Ah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way! Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy! What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go after that. Sorry. That's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think, Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? Oh, now we're getting somewhere! What? He's right, Mr. Wright. Shut up, I hate it when you... What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. Or you go ignoring me again. Okay. Can I use the luminal spray? Do we have any proof yet to, like, update it? No. Okay. Am I meant to do anything else, Google? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. when we were in here earlier. Oh, it's you two. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. Looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look! At the case name. SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you say? I said, I wonder what... No! About evidence. Normally, they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must have been hiding something about that case! It would appear so. Added to the court record. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek! Chief can't! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Unfortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Well, that's insulting. Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir, sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you, the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? Oh boy. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just let it go in there like that. Go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen that... I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept eerily silent about this? And try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'd be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. No use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really. I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Alright, you wanna play hardball? Let's play hardball. You wanna tell me what this is doing? I got to get Lana to tell me everything she's hiding. You're evolving by leaps and bounds. I'm starting to see the hunger in your eyes. What? Are we talking? Keeping quiet. Ah, Mia, you are still missed. Yes, her and her titties. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Well, Miss Sky. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. My apology. Can you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant. Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, damn Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Oh, here we go. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than the Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking blame? Why are you taking all the blame from him? For him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's order. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. And the murder Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman, correct? I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's. Then he saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Star. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. An Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. I asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them. That bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Kent, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. Your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. Alana! Earned my respect, Mr. Wright, but as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Too late! Only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Real murderer. And what went down 2 years ago. Oh my god, to be continued again! Do we even have time today? Maybe if I woke up earlier. I think we're almost there. First session, second session. Final session. We have like 3 checkpoints to reach. Oh boy. Okay, this is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where can she be? Where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you have to say. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. Think about it. You in court, right? Oh, so difficult! This is it. Everybody is being difficult on purpose. I can't believe it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Kent has on her, it's now. Jesus Christ. We have to finish in the next hour. I can't keep going on this long. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant! Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy, been back to the pool yet? No. No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. Very nice. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the... He wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defense claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your service. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise, this can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! Edgeworth? What? One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Guy. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy? You'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. Like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Oh my. Aw, little Emma. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Sky. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. Years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark Killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave it fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Yesteryear. Bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago. Okay, Emma. Let's go. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Alright, Emma, we be pressin'. Because I don't know what to present. Okay. The defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Guy used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lama promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Okay. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after Dart. When Dart grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened, but... Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dart. Just then, the lights went out. The lights. It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. You told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture, yes, I think she mentioned that. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added the statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Do I present the list? Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? I'm not the bad guy! All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Ah, shit! There's a picture on it! There's a fucking picture on it! How did I not notice? Oops. Okay. Now what's this? Yep, there it is. Or should I go like, yeah, like that? Yep, yes. What is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth? It's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Oh no, he shook! Order, order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head! If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list! Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth! It's possible, let's... Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor, I'm constipated. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. The thing! What? That thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Very well. Witness? Will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago? Uh-huh? Oh! Yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something she was looking at the... This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning would burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Can I... Interesting. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Dan and Gan and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later, it should have still been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness? But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? All I can see were shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flash? I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture... Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. it was an influence in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. But I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Oh, well... Seems that this is the exact same that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Well, it can't be because... the knife isn't a knife. Oh. That's wrong. I pressed, I didn't present, my bad. So am I presenting the knife? Or... yeah, but like, what am I presenting? 2, 3, 4, present... Oh, here we go. He was stabbed in the back, not the front. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday! Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. The weapon. It's blood. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. I recall the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. No. I'm afraid that's not so simple, Emma. Objection! And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times that she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No! Ugh! Oh, poor Edgeworth. Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gent. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Besides, there had been one. There is another one. We're staring right at it. If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife! As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be! Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh boy, it's getting juicy. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it. Wait. I remember everything. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? This list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it! This picture! I'm the one who drew it! What? You drew that? That's right! The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget, I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony? Could you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Guy? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Boy. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible! The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year! That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further! Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we are finally getting to the core of the matter. Okay. When I saw the man raise his knife, I assume you referred to Joe Dark? At least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. Power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. Then you... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. I was almost killed before she was witness to a murder that... Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl, so then what happened next? Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange, I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember! Oh brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see its face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is all pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, tell us what this shadow really is. What was Emma saw when though? I just might know. She saw a shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, everything's turning. I'm dizzy. There indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. It's the pipe. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. That's... What exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? And the correct angle to look at this from. Okay. And no, rotate it back around a little bit.
Take that! Objection!
Allow me to remind. Oh, come on. It's not that fucking easy. It has to be like an angle like this. Come on. No, other way. Oh, maybe it's... No. Come on. Okay. No, it was more this angle that I was... Okay, is it like that? What do you mean it's not? Oh my god, it's so fucking picky. Are you gonna show me how to angle it? I know I'm doing it right. I know it's very, very picky. Come on. Okay. Raise from the... It's very... I have it. Yeah. I know. There we go. Okay. What do you mean it's not right? Why is it so picky? Come on. The other way. There we go. Oh my god. That was so picky. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one could possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. No! It can't be! I have to look up a picture of what angle it fucking wanted it at. That's so annoying. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything! It changes everything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see... This changes that's what I said. Indeed. Very well, please tell us what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar. The location? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Dammon Gent. but the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal that what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Why can't we just say from one desk to the other? Yes. How would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. What? If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. You know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. But this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She says she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! No! The suit of armor! Holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword! Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Sir Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, you mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Oh, okay. I never imagined her testimony would lead to that. But it was the witness who took and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented! Objection! What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Guy, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. I mean, we could go get Maya, but it might take like an hour. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. There's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible! Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such message exist? Back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in her possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. It's the putt. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Like everyone's forgotten that this is just a jar. Anyways, a message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on the jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. But what you're saying is these thoughts were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave a message behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. Precisely so. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright? What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor? I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I gotta connect the dots to make letters. The victim would have written given the circumstance. This murderer's name. And there you go. It's a defense's attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. This is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, he may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life, Emma Sky. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Hack? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Back! But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 Oh, it got loud real quick. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Able to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed. Oh, to be continued again? We can't be continuing! Oh boy. Okay, this looks a little shorter? Yeah, that's about half. I want to finish it today! Trial ladder. Alright. Come on, let's go. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals! Hi, Gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all day while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here! She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Ah. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Let me say this, really? The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Right. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she unwittingly caused the man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer's still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. With his pants down and everything. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Oh my god. It is 1 in the afternoon. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth, yes, Your Honor, the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Oh boy, thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, ahem. Ahem indeed! Normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but cough cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that! It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and, very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Miss Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may call forth the next witness? Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Take that! Damon Ghent. The defense calls Damon Ghent to the stand. Damon Ghent? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Ghent has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Ghent to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch! Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation! So, you want to play hardball, eh? I said that earlier! Please, Mr. Kent. Fine. My name is Damon Ghent. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Ghent, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, right. Oh, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his weapons. Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slept up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with that forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. See, everything seems clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to use to testify, I better hit him hard and fast. Can I press him, or is he gonna... It's held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling him in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. That means you found the body near Lana's death. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. Which piece of evidence? Forgery. When it did admit to forging evidence, that can't be the whole truth. I think it has to do with the pot! Yes! You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. Ignoring that, a piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit it. You admit to it then. What the fuck? I heard a beep, and I don't like that. That you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Oh boy. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Udgy, in return though, I know that plays right. What are these guys, telepathic? Jesus. Oh boy. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making those ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Rito. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Rito. Think about it. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you'd reap from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edward? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Yeah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me, nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. time for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstance. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigation. Do you mean to tell me that, despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You mean puppet as in someone forced to do... Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana is keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious! Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible! Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is Is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my ID. That's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits you don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 77. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime! Look how angry he is! Oh boy! Order! Order! Shit is happening. Okay. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? Oh, something glitched out. Okay. What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not! Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it's not, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. His missing ID card. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman? Exactly. But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something like it. Sorry, that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Oh god. No! Chief Gant, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. Move the victim's body. Chief Gant used this. I have to go this way. I could have gone the other way. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? Screwdriver. Well, what does that have to do with this case? Sir Edgeworth? Think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car! Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Stark took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for Early Bird Special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet! Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Like... You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. Damangan is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body? Do I? I don't think that I do. Oh boy. I have no proof. It's no use showing evidence that I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip, never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you. He's getting away! I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Wah! Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. The Chief Ken has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 20th. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with someone's orders. In accordance with someone's else. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defense's testimony. Good golly goo! Hold on, huh? Chief Gan, I thought you were going to eat! Listen good, Lana. Oh, he's talking to Lana now. I don't think you need me to tell you this. But if you accept Mr. Wright's claims... there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe? I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. You mean Maya? It looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Wow. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. You heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny, I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her says she had changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. Forced herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. Nice. Well, we'd better go get back. It's time for the final act. Why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. Okay. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Oh boy. Home stretch. This is the last bit. That's a... Okay. Here we go. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. Truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. To get Gant. Gant in the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I arranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. Alana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh boy. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Sky were legendary partners. Personally, I saw them testify in numerous cases. Good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gat was a respectable detective, that's why. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Anna, that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover this. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Well, just to protect me. When you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound and then you moved the body? Well, why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body? Where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deducted. It was by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Drake committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Drake was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. Let's see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that. Look, my only mage. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide the fact you're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Protect you to the end. She says she's fabricated by herself. There's no way she could have done it all alone. Huh? Why did you plant the knife? Oh, hi, Taros! But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. The reason was fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in blood would be all the proof we needed. According... Oh, it's Attorney emote. That's beautiful. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. Okay. Hope you're having fun playing this. I can't stay and watch, sadly. I'm trying to finish. We've been at this for 5 hours. Yes, I know your sister's lying. Need to get to bed because I've been getting horrible sleep. Oh yeah, definitely go get some sleep. Of course not. Okay, it is the jar, I just put it on the wrong one. Yes, I went to bed at 10 last night and got a whopping total of 3 hours, waking up at 7. Oh my god, that's horrible. I got the wrong one. Yes, I know. You moved the body. Why did you move the body? There we go. Miss Guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was killed. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. In my testimony, you testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. You have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in its final moment. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Well, you didn't, because there's the big piece. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? Knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Gasp. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe? Nobody fucking cares. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that... There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was the first there, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Ah! No! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Sam and Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Well, why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet. No! I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't! It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. Guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What? Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana... maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really... Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. When has anyone lied in these trials? I mean, really? Obviously never! Nobody's lied! Everybody's been telling the truth from the very beginning! Clearly that's what's been happening, obviously. Come on, let's get real. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword? You were the only one who saw that, if only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What, to me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be... I don't remember receiving a picture like the book. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana says she gave it to you this morning, right? I do remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Okay. There it is. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Crime scene photo from the case 2 years ago taken. Mr. Wright! Yeah, I see it. His shirt is cut. Very weirdly cut. That is strange. That piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints are yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold it! Oh, I didn't press anything. Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what, you think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Isha, if I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out the murderer. Mr. Wright! If you have any more evidence, present it now! And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? You just dug your own grave. I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Nope! Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. Nope. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest. Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence! This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department! Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. You really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. But you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. That was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? Well, why? For insurance? Of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. What? I guess I can, because he just approved it. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I guess... Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is Emma. Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh ho ho ho! You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still try to pin the murder on me. But it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious crime. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy! What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? Nope. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Your tyrannical chief... Yeah, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. The very photo we just got. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth... Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No! This is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could have it been? who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armorer's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Throughout the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Thank fucking God I'm hungry. Objection! Oh, that was close, Redo. You almost had me. Always so difficult, these criminals. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence! Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Wright-o? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? What? When did this court ever care about illegal evidence? It's kangaroo court. It cares when it wants to care. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present the evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair! Did you actually think you could best me in court? It only cares about the killer's refutations. Yeah, but he fucked himself over. He admitted to it. He's fucked over. He fucked up. It looks like the last laughs on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Mr. Wright? Well, Mr. Wright? Here we go. It seems at last I win. Thank God Edgeworth has a brain. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not, Your Honor. I admit, I refuse to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. No. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward you can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so. Here you go. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here, in the crux of the matter, you see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes! No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you! Wow! He... Oh. Ha ha ha. Jesus. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was so worried. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Urgh. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? What a bitter ass. Oh. Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Demingette. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious whatever shit, I couldn't read that fast. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Demingette betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Aww! A smile! I owe you my thanks, Wright. Miss Sky, and to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edward. Stop it! I only did my job! In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for us all. all of us. Miss Sky, yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already, you're telling me. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! Yay! That took forever. That is all. This court is adjourned. Good God. It is 5 o'clock. It is 6 o'clock for me. Jesus Christ. At long last, it's finally over. Emma, why are you sad? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. Are you jealous? You know, I did my best too. Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Oh my god. What is it? Detective Gumshoe, come back. Stop doing that. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making Detective— oh, my god. Let it up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Ah, Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me! No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Aw, sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma! Yay! Oh, we get a hug. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Aww. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe? Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows, given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah, what is it? What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about! I don't know what they're talking about. What am I doing? Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own? Is it the list? Is it the list because he had half of the list and I had half of the list? I feel like it is. Yeah, it was the evidence list, okay. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That is true. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Oh, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now, my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? Aw, it's another little ducky. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Ah, what a pretty smile. And so another case came to a close. Finally! As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And they're gonna get better. As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Why is Edgeworth the last one I see? That's weird. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. What? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see... Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill. What? What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Please tell me it's over. Tell me it's over. No. Close. Come on. No, I don't care. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. Prosecutor. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Oh, isn't that cute? That's nice. Can we skip? Skip? No skipping. Okay. That's nice. How long are credits? Too long. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. Okay. Well, that's the end. We found the guilty party of both crimes. Weirdly enough, I guess. So good for us! Oh, it's Meekins. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm going to make it to detective. Yes, sir! Then I'll just be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Okay. Alrighty. Well, that's nice. Am I interviewing the badger now? Oh, he's broken. Ambition is good, but this man is just a touch too energetic. Meekins? Yeah. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with the steak lunch? Miss Star managed to sneak this in for me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? No. Doing that. And congrats on getting through the last of the game. I know, right? It took forever. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Okay. I would have split it into two, but like, my time is short enough as it is. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyways, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be. Huh? Oh no! I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. That's just wild. I would have split it into another stream, but with work kind of cutting in between my week and me resting, kind of hard. It was kind of hard to decide how to split it. So yeah. Oh my god, it's Maya! Ah, nothing suits a soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick! Interesting. But yeah, that is the last of the bonus trial, so that is the end of the first Ace Attorney game. Finally, that took a hot minute. But that's alright. I guess the next time we play Ace Attorney, it'll be the second game, which should be nice. Oh? Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Is your sister sneaking in more pictures? Your sister's sneaking in more pictures like a weirdo, isn't she? Ah, that is a very cute little picture. And that's the end! Okay. That is the end. And that is the end of stream. Alrighty. If you guys want to know what is up next for our stream and schedule, or when I go live, we also have a game giveaway this Friday, so remember that. Everything stream related is on Discord. I will let you guys know when I go live and all that good stuff. I'll post a poll of the games on Discord, but I'm pretty sure Cyberpunk is still the clear winner. I'm pretty sure you guys would rather watch Cyberpunk. So we should do that on Saturday, because I have to work tomorrow, so I won't see you. I'll try to start early as soon as I get home. I will be a little tired, but I do have the game already installed on my computer, so hopefully I can play it without any trouble. I know I can. I can. Okay, but we should have fun with a little bit of Cyberpunk. I don't know how long we'll play, but we'll go for as long as we can. Again, my work schedule is really messing around with everything. Have a good day. You guys as well, thank you again for hanging out with me, but for sure, Saturday we're going to be playing Cyberpunk. It might be one of our shorter game pulls, but we'll play like Cyberpunk as often as we can, and then we'll start up the next game pool. And then, what is it? The 15th is when Bendy and the Dark Revival comes out. And since I'm off that day, I will try to come home, buy the game, and we'll play it too. Maybe we'll do like half Bendy and then half Cyberpunk. Get in as much Cyberpunk as we can. And probably Wednesday too, we'll play for a little while. Yeah. And then we'll end it next Saturday. So on the 19th will be our last Cyberpunk stream. My schedule is a little wonky, but we're gonna try these like 4 streams. If we Saturday 1, Tuesday, I think that should be enough, yeah. We'll try to make it work. It'll probably be one of our shorter game pulls, but I think from now on our game pulls will have to be shorter, because after it's gonna be the 18th, I believe, or the 19th that Pokemon's gonna come out too. So Tuesday the 22nd will be our Pokemon day. So we're already booked, basically. But hopefully you guys are excited for that. I'm excited for the games and everything. It's a lot. Lots happening. But yeah, thank you again for today. I won't see you guys until Saturday. I'm not gonna give a specific times, but we'll probably go for a couple hours because I will be tired and it has to be my rest day before I go back to it on Sunday. So yeah, Cyberpunk, exciting shit. I will see you guys later. Thanks again for today. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you guys on Saturday. Bye!